Y2K5. Shouts out to UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah. Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Of the Devil. We're going to be playing episode 1 today. Probably not going to be finishing episode 1 today, I imagine, because this one, as I understand it, is quite a bit longer than the introductory case. But I'm still greatly looking forward to playing this, have been for the past couple weeks now. Forgive me if I have to step out at any point. By the way, I just finished eating, so my stomach may not necessarily agree with me for a little bit, as is often the case. Had a bit of a later start today than I was hoping to, unfortunately, but, you know, that's the way it happens sometimes. But, in any case... please don't try to play it all the way through, I'll cry. Okay, well, there you have it. Rosalia Roslini with the $5, dropping everything to see more Emma, please my beloved, and Connor Thompson with the $2. So excited for this, hope you're well. Thank you both, very much appreciate it. Yeah, I'm very excited, so, yeah, why don't we go ahead and, get right into it. Hopefully the volume level will be slightly better this week as well, than it was on the first one. I tried to lower it a little bit more, and hopefully that'll make a difference, but again, if the balancing is off at any point, just, let me know and I'll try to do something about it. Get going. High roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to one save slot and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Oh, that's pretty tough. Oh, no. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, Poof. I don't, like, I think I would try it at one point, but I don't know that I would do it on a first playthrough, so let's just stick to standard right now. Yeah, enable tutorials. Alright. Let's get into this. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Figures you'd notice. Anyone could tell something is bothering you. You're the first person to say anything. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's a first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. about my whereabouts and yours. I told them I didn't know anything. They must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes? Probably cursed them out. Yeah, I could see that. Is there anything you wanted to ask me? No. Not even for a favor in return? No favors lost between friends, I say. That sounds like a toast. Why not? To friends. I'll raise a glass to that. And then one of you will die! That's my guess. Probably. Oh. The red. Glass 'em!
Vandalism detected. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 a.m. local time. Geopositional data encoded. I can have all the citizens in the area.
Fuck off, Copper! True!
Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence.
Hey, he's lighting up every phone on the block! We need to go now, or what? He'll use his outdoor voice? Or he'll have us pinned down to our dental records before you can say we're fucked. Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. You do something new with your uniform?
Good morning to you too, Morgan citizen. To answer your question, no. I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my...
Sorry. Well, listen. My pronunciation... My instinctive pronunciation on certain things can be a little off sometimes. Leave me alone.
If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request for...
I've got it. Must be a new coat of paint. It's the Terezi accent. I don't like that. I don't like that.
You're referring to the act of vandalization that just took place.
Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in the line of duty. Scanning the street for jaywalkers and loiterers.
Don't worry, ma'am.
Ooh, okay. Interesting.
A report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation.
Civil disobedience at this time of day? What's the world coming to?
They're just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit.
Well, I hope you threw the book at them.
The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors.
Thanks for the forecast. So, does the bleeding stop on its own?
Androids don't have blood, ma'am. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid.
My mistake. So, you don't need a bandage, I take it?
The leakage will dry shortly.
With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street, and fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts its lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break. The robot tilts its head to the side. You can't work the pilot without Schwinn up on the roof, so... I don't know, take a load off, will ya?
Understood.
Came the over-enunciated reply. The man, already walking away, tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after the man turns the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. God Goddamn coppers on every street corner. Gee, I wonder what this means. Derogatory word for automated dependents. Oh, okay. Particularly ones licensed by or operating under the authority of the state. Interested parties in the automated dependent industries have, on more than one occasion, lobbied for copper and other terms like it, clanker, chrome dome, microchip breath, sick, to be classified as hate speech, arguing that anti-mechanical sentiment constitutes an expression of prejudice. Were it considered a form of hate speech, incidents of destruction of corporate property where such terms were used in prior communications would qualify for additional severity and higher fines paid towards the damaged party. Under all but the most radical interpretations of hate speech by law, however, prejudice can only be directed towards sentient living things, people, animals, or corporations. Or corporations. If you feel that a corporation you know has been the victim of a hate crime, you can report it to our confidential portal here. Oh, man. It's barely even satire. At a bus stop, or what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station, a passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. They declare martial law when I wasn't looking. The small woman beside him trying hard to appear even smaller, shifts in her seat. Well, they're just doing their job, so... Bots don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Notice how they don't patrol nearly so heavy in Uptown, even on the worst days? His audience, captive by virtue of sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls at her shirt. You're kind of embarrassing me right now. Tch. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate that he's stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Oh no, that's just... A woman with exhaustion in her eyes sighs at a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm. Body modifications, aka mods, is a term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, or any combination of the above. While body modifications have been seen throughout history and across a wide range of cultures, the modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, expression or identity, to extrinsic motivators. I believe we had this one last time as well. Job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental ability. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at, thoracic, lumbar, or cervical. Yeah, I'm fairly certain we had this one last time. But this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification systems, but so far, none have gained much traction. Good for a refresher, though. While a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Ellen, walk around the block, get some air, would you? Apparently this call can't wait, and it's louder than a garbage disposal out here. Of course, oh wait.
Of course, ma'am. I'd be glad to.
The android punctuates its sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and purr, which, judging by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seems to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers, if you prefer, can't so much as sneeze in this city without a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. Yeah, we're not gonna return to that one, I'm fairly certain, but yeah, we already know what automated dependents are. There's a vocal minority that think they're the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else...
You're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern.
It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah?
Have a good day, Morgan citizen.
It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony, all smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, it would be a bit much. But I went out last night. Uh-huh! Yeah, you sure did! So I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assistant Officer L30 my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service. And of course, he creaks out a mirrored response. No sense of sarcasm, the poor bastards. But I didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today, I'm going to buy a gun. Really now? Does this take place before? No. I wouldn't think so. That sure is guns. No staff around, but the lights are on. Should I have knocked? Oh. Hello. Welcome to Gun McDonald's. We will put a fucking sawed-off shotgun in your paper bag.
Sup?
Desk personality setting 6. The cool one.
Let me know if I can help you with anything.
I've probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can. I've recently acquired a license to carry concealed.
Nice. Are you in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport?
Business or pleasure? June Pop 45 with the $2. She's green. It's Ponko. Oh god. Alright. Neither.
May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am?
Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent, that kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be...
I see. You're a lawyer.
So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense.
We have a wide selection of options for self-defense in a variety of sizes and calibers. With spread and PA fire options available. My bad. PA stands for pseudo-automatic.
I know.
But for concealed, it'd have to be at least small enough to...
This would go a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. Yeah, go ahead. I need a mag rail.
Word. We're proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force which...
Slings a slug fast enough to mist a limb over 30 meters. Slang term meaning to shoot or to kill, that's kind of what I had gathered, that originates from the bloody spray produced when a modern firearm's projectile makes contact with living tissue. E.g., a gun that size could mist a crowd from 100 meters, even if you weren't aiming. And it's safe?
Of course, ma'am. My bad. Two-factor safety is with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running.
All those convenient safety measures make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can dupe their tool set, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. God damn. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. How do we get started? Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. I've got time to kill, so is there anything worth checking out around the shop? Yeah, let's look at this. There's some kind of news program playing on the screen. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with content more political than the smiling micro apartment flippers. But this is a gun store after all. Power is always political. Someone left a data pad out here. What's in the news today? Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of vital keystone data files belonging to the Tetra Metallics Group, according to a press release from the mining conglomerate. In a blitz of cross-posts on 90 different socials translated into all 11 dominant languages, the supposed hacktivist, radical conservationist, and gentleman thief, oh yeah, let's go, baby, made clear their intent to ransom said files back to their lawful owners, at severe cost. Though the posts were quickly flagged and quarantined thanks to user reports, Lobo's latest manifesto, which we have declined to publish here on grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained within, has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbors. In addition to sizable monetary ransom, Lobo put out a list of demands that spanned pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Sources at Tetra refused to confirm or deny reports that Lobo's captured data impacted only their billing services, but insisted that the corporation could not in good faith resume distribution until the ransom situation was resolved. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack, as supply halted and demand rose, stoked by memories of catastrophic supply chain disruption in the mid-21st century. A spokesperson for Mining in Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeated attacks acts of terror against the free market. Whoa there, looks like you're not logged in. Want to take care of that real quick? No! Lobo, again, or someone using their name. Suppose it doesn't matter if they're the original or not, so long as they're a genuine threat. And no one could snare a corporation as rich as Tetra without serious skills. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for... It's not the first time Lobos voiced their displeasure with the decades-old simmer of conflict around the tropics. But unless the rare earth metals powering all of our batteries and fueling all of our pretty little androids are suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in those regions' politics anytime soon. Let's go ahead and look at those new terms as well. So yeah, that's what we just read. But let's also look at this. We tried to process your request, but Lobo beat our ass till we ragdolled. Holy shit! The big bad wolf was here. You are welcome for clearing out this cache of soy slop before it could clog your brain's arteries any further. To whatever dumb dishwater script kitty they yelled at to come fix this, a word of advice from your superior. I own that password suggestion algorithm. Want to resecure? Try this. Relax your shoulders, stand up from your desk, take a deep breath, and then firebomb your own servers. Literally cheaper for you at this point. For the rest of you slack-jawed screen lobotomies looking for a little excitement in their search history, find a pig and rip their throat out. That'll teach you how to run with the wolf. Lobo is king. God. Okay. Alright, man. Oh, okay. Morgan's got a new profile, I guess. Criminal defense attorney, yeah. Body count. You cannot ask someone that! Well, why not? Hate these kind of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else they start eye tracking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first-name basis. But I've got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines, at least. Why the 12/6 work week gives us more free time than ever. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It made me the happiest I've ever been. How term limits are anti-democracy. Woof. Transfusion from warm androids saves soldier's life. That's one hell of a headline. If the Animate 16 wasn't selling well before, I'm sure by now it's... The Animate 16 is the latest android produced by Noble Electronics, and we think it's the greatest machine the world has ever seen. Boasting a battery life of over 154 hours with patented soft-touch digitation and remarkable tenderness and sensitivity, and the uncanny charm you've come to expect from us, we're sure that your Animate 16 will be the best purchase you make this year, and you'll never want to go back out in the cold. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Is there anything else? Aha. Yeesh. Would it kill you to clean up a little? Guess the desk kindly asking customers not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Wait, is this trash? This flyer, it's scannable? Excuse me. Scannable? Stagnancy theory, really? They get a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here. A stagnant world, modern man's plateau. Renowned net philosopher Corbin Cawthorne, real name withheld, offers to take you on a deep dive into the global trends and sociological patterns that have driven our planet to the halting point in his groundbreaking and controversial seminar. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark. Now it feels like a pipe dream. We used to dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our own reality seem limited. Instead, our brightest minds spend all their time and effort kicking the can of climate crisis down the road, while their more fortunate peers spend their most productive working years in search engine optimization and customer experience design. The middle class, eaten alive by the rich they prop up, can no longer afford the very products they helped create. Without mass consumer demand, tech no longer has evolutionary pressures to be as small and powerful as possible. In stagnant waters, only parasites and disease grow aplenty. The only cure comes from you taking action. There's another link at the bottom, probably leading to a collection dish. Or a state honeypot if you want to be paranoid. They better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Wait, how long has it been? Shouldn't take them that long to get my gun properly bugged.
I'm sorry, we received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics and famed designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Asher, has passed.
What?
Proprietary Vantage automated dependent management system, along with the Animate series of androids.
Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic, or... No, they wouldn't risk... Fake news? But why?
Perhaps best known for his breakthroughs in the field of machine learning and language.
Misinformation, maybe. Trying to...
Authored many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Asher is dead. Including the popular Desk series of smart UIs. That's very sad.
I didn't ask.
Sorry, I just...
Commands only.
Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit?
Debit. Interesting. The gun was light. Lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy. Greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them. Their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like they're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them. Either closer or further to the end. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. I would have liked to have something feel far away from. Didn't realize I was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing? Fumbling in my pocket for my lighter. Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic and fine and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. I kept the card, didn't I? Here it is. Actually, let's go ahead and
To the only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but they don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only other people who share your vice are stuffy old men with bad, expensive taste. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend.
David. Hi, Demily. October 28th. 180 centimeters. Jesus. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics. Street food, crowds, fishing. Dislikes brain freeze, driving, lint. Custom designed by Fiamma. Shampoo, expensive. Sense of humor, unique. The news might have more information by now. Or not. Looks like the net is full of copy-pasted statements from Noble, auto-edited montages, ill-fitting quotes. David Asher was a renowned computer scientist, user experience designer, industry leader, philanthropist, and the lead programmer at Noble Electronics. He first received worldwide recognition for his postgraduate thesis on intelligent pragmatic linguistics weighting, a body of work which would come to be known as the Turing solution, though he retained, all of the emphasis is on the past tense, the original patent on the Turing solution for the rest of his life. He was famously unlitigious. By most industry experts' estimates, the Turing solution exists in some form in 92% of active automated dependent source codes. David Asher's philanthropic efforts and invaluable skills placed him at the front and center of Noble Electronics' public image. Many considered him to be the unofficial face of the company, and his private life graced the tabloids and gossip sections of the net on many occasions. David Asher passed away on July 7th, 2086. Citation needed. Reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun. Their raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. But there's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Or did he die last night while I was out screwing a phone call? Better not be work-related. I'm not in the right mood.
Oh, Morgan, hey, thanks for picking up so fast.
She's Jessica Starling, who asked me to call her. Hi, Jess. Whomst? Jessica Starling. Date of birth, June 24th. Oh, coming up soon. Executive assistant at Noble Electronics. Okay. That explains why she's calling, I suppose. Likes dancing, buying shoes, reselling shoes, dislikes hangovers, soft mattresses, machismo. Her earnest smile relaxes by bar hopping in the lower wards, the best at reading the stock market.
Listen, I need to...
I've already seen the news.
What? Of course you have, duh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, with the company and their people and all the... what I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made.
For a decision like that to be up to David's assistant, about 1,000 other Noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed, but it's all right, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things.
Still, I'm sorry you had to hear it from a stream Chiron.
What difference does it make how the information gets to me? I could have stumbled upon his corpse myself and I would feel mostly the same. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway.
Yeah.
If I want more information, she's the best source I'm going to get, maybe for weeks. What to ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time. And I don't feel like following the playbook to the letter right now. Can you tell me what happened?
The police, they think he took something.
Suicide? And the police are already involved?
They say it was some kind of poison or...
God. Noble's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in this city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days.
Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you.
Of course, Jess. Whatever you need. Whatever you need. A bit much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk. And it's not like my day was really salvageable anyway.
I'd like to bring you up here, to David's place.
What do you mean?
There's something I have to give you.
You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before...
No, I'm sorry, it's not like that. Before he...
No, please, don't hold back on my account.
David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related. But he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but since it turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done.
I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often or more quickly than strictly necessary. And that's when I only have to worry about the police. With Noble looming over this, all security will be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to her request. Swing by my place with a cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity.
Right, of course. Thanks, Morgan. Thank you. Wait, I almost forgot!
What is it?
You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, do you?
Yeah, no hints towards stuff, no spoilers in the chat, please. I have not played the game before, or have not played this episode before now, so I would appreciate that. The autocab hums a synthesized purr as our on-ramp merges onto a canopy superhighway, steadily and suddenly all at once. Not much super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow. The canopy has always felt very arts and crafts to me. Cobbled together, always added on to, never finished, never planned. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make. But the end result is still ugly, and it feels like it could fall apart at any moment. Oh wait, sorry, they're not on a phone call anymore. I just on instinct reached for it. You okay, Morgan? You look a little carsick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. But if I ignore her texts now, she'll just send more later. Oh, hey. Who's this? Hey, Freckles. Saw your friend Asher on the news. Rip. Thank you. For trying to be sincere. Worth a shot. We all have our strengths. God damn, you are one passive-aggressive little girl. Why does all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Filial piety doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True, went the train. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not for me. I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurse tried to make you cry and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10 shift in the convo. Settle as a car crash. Subtlety doesn't work on you either. Well, it might. If you were good at it. This is me asking you for advice. Okay. I guess this never sunk in. Because you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celebs. The rich and famous. I didn't have that many dealings with the Megs that owned their likenesses. Is it really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all, period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to... Uh-huh. Yeah? Gross. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent. Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? Truth be told, I did have this one run-in where I got fucked deep into corporate intrigue. Why? Because I got caught up... Oh my god. blank of an Analife's 45 poster girl. God damn it. Hard worker. Lot of stressed about. Glad to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. Huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. So don't expect them to play nice just because Asher was your pal. My actual advice is, get whatever you're owed. Then get out of there as fast as fuck, boy. That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. What's a Viking funeral? A dignified ceremony where the body is sent out to sea on a boat. Then, they set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking their arrows. Thanks. But what the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week. Should've worked smarter, lol. And if you want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. At the Christmas party. The fucking picture. Got her. Oh my god. Oh man. What is that? What is that? Why do you have that? Why do you have that? She's typing so fast because she's so fucking mad. It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. I only had my eyes closed. Because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan, something wrong? You're sweating. June Pop 45 with the $5. Is that a fucking SpongeBob reference? Just deleting some spam. Victoria Masters, July 7th. Weight depends on the time of day? Question mark? Lawyer to the rich and famous, semi-retired, likes handsome men, pretty women, expensive liquor, dislikes clingy people, prudish people, flying commercial, jewelry 24 karat, age difficult to verify, smokes cigars, Death 13, cigarettes, and other adult stuff. I might be in love with her. Perhaps a little bit. We've got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. Uptown, our better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Penthouses stacked upon penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. All ringed in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there, it's basically true. By now, his whole block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by media, and all encircled by onlookers. I could try and enjoy these last few moments of calm, but if the storm is coming either way, I'd rather use this time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you've got a second, I was curious about... Yeah, let's just start from the top. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh... Well, I started with the company about 4 years ago. They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. Noble Electronics LLC, better known as Noble Electronics or simply Noble, is the fastest growing automated dependent corporation on the globe. Noble spent most of the 21st century chasing consumer tech trends like wearable smart UI interfaces, only pivoting to Androids during the 2070s, amidst the decade's economic upheaval. The corporation struggled to break through to the higher tiers of corporate power until David Asher revolutionized their products with his Turing solution and the technological breakthroughs that followed. In the years since, Noble has secured approximately a third of the automated dependent industry global market share, with their desk hologram interfaces and animate series of upper-middle-class luxury androids in particular helping them grow at a momentous pace. Noble's recent foray into biomechanical androids was initially met with skepticism when pre-orders lagged behind previous year's numbers, but the Animate 16 is projected to reap record profits for Noble over the next 8 quarters. I was put in HR right in the middle of a hiring burst, so I spent 2 months in the Warrens. Then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, Warrens? Oh, that's just what we called the company dorms back then, on account of all the people. Plus it was underground. Didn't see the sun my first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've ever worked with. Except David, of course, but I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Asher walked right up to my desk like I had won the lotto. Said I should come work for him. Dr. David Asher. Directly. On a random Tuesday morning like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday afternoon. The day before yesterday. He seemed, normal. I mean, I didn't, We still don't really know anything, Jeff. You're right, thanks. Thursday is the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet with you. I'm guessing you've already been to his place? Yeah, it's a real mess over there. It's that bloody? Oh god, no, not that kind of mess. I just mean with the cops stacked on the media, stacked on the lawyers, each of them with their own networks of drones and all their droning. It's very, it's a very high productivity atmosphere is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Last night. They said they needed my help sorting through all of his, well, you know how he left things organized sometimes. He's been dead since last night and they've kept it under wraps for that long. I know there are lots of powerful people in his circles, but to stop it from leaking for over 12 hours? That seems more than just your typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Seems more like there's something they're actively trying to suppress. So you found out last night? Right, last night. Oh god! I'm so sorry, I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really, it's alright. Did you see anything? No, I still haven't actually seen him at all. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP, and that's where he passed, so... But, well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of the company people seemed pretty entrenched. Noble set up camp before the police even arrived. So, what time would that have been? I guess I got there about 9 p.m.? Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silo mode and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. Sent my last blah at 9:13, see? Gonna expire whoever puts me in heels in the morning. It me. They can do that to your phone? Lock you out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock, or off the clock, but on company property. Then they can remote all my tech, yeah. How convenient. So, if I got in at 9 p.m., I guess the rest of company people had been there since 8:30 p.m.? I hadn't been there more than a few minutes before the mood changed. Word about the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak. I see. He died after he reached the hospital? That's... unexpected. It's 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck at the in bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room. But other than that, if you reach the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. A Noble Electronics lead programmer would have a very good doctor. So what the hell happened? Was she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until reaching the hospital for some reason, or... Hard to think about, I know. Yeah. Or hard to believe. Interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely suspicious about that. Jess, I have to wonder, what kind of request did David make of you that you couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something? Is she trying to build suspense? Right, it's just, well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea? He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, see, he has this private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it? Well, I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker or a false wall. And he told you that, and all he told you was that he wanted me to have what's inside? Right. It was very clear about that part. Your eyes only, straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. This is all pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. But David was never paranoid, even when he had every right to be. If he wanted this handled a certain way, it must be for a good reason. I saw that headline, by the way. The one where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, pretty feel-good, don't you think? So folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it? That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but I don't know. Maybe upper management's never happy? I guess they're still just writing sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day the story dropped. A big patriotic campaign telling everybody why we needed a contract for warm androids in the military. But I haven't heard about them moving staff around for anything like that. Maybe it's all above my pay grade. All the corporate power and money in the world. And they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories. So, David asked you to do this on a Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night, Friday. Yeah. Wait, you don't think that when we met, he had already decided... It's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. You're probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus... We'll need to focus. Judging by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, it looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. And I thought there were a lot of police here before. Maybe too late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan? She's kidding, right? It's downright airy in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, heads peeking over shoulders and around signs. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, closing ranks with holograms and quick-set wires to draw a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle about at the edges of the police line, the heat of their panicked anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all these people? All those people? Well, there have always been people with strong feelings about our products. Androids stepped forward into the mob, gently, firmly, unfeelingly parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yep, David had the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees, too. Not an uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, rent from Noble, wave hello to your Noble neighbor in the morning, and make sure to request a spot in line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do that last part. I think. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty standard benefit, actually. It's cheap for them, compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after. Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody just glad to be working. I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we can just skip all of these checkpoints? No, absolutely not. So who do we need permission from, the cops or the company?
My request went through, so we should have the go-ahead from both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual, is it still called a crime scene, if it's not technically a crime? Oh, whoops. I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right this very instant. David's vault is in the penthouse's basement, but we can't get to it from these ground floor elevators. We'll have to ride straight up to the rooftop veranda, walk into his front door, and then head down. If Jess says we can do all of that without stumbling across where he died, then... Okay. So if we just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up, including him...
Hey, ladies. Look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Let anyone else by and we won't be able to maintain... Huh? You're that lawyer, Morgan.
You caught me, Detective. How long has it been?
Feels like it's been ages.
Oh dear. Not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope.
I'll live.
I don't see the spunky one around. She taken a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm.
Detective Reyes is around. Why, you miss her that bad?
I've had blind pimples that were more endearing. You two know each other? Jess Starling. Meet Homicide Detective Kasim London.
I know that I've seen his profile already, but I know they're gonna be slightly different, so... White rum. Very fun.
Oh, likewise? As you might have guessed, the detective and I are acquainted. Comes with the line of work.
Morgan's being modest, sweetheart. We're practically blood.
Oh, wow, me? Sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling? No, nothing wrong.
But close as we are, I still can't let her walk in off the street and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today.
Play by the rules? So there is a game afoot. What makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity?
You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition.
Good detectives don't rely on intuition, though, do they? They rely on evidence.
Oh, I don't rely on it, don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then when my back acts up.
Oh, cool. Guy gets a bit of gray in his hair and thinks it's a free pass to act like a goddamn cowboy. Well, I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, Detective. I'm here on a private matter.
The deceased wasn't your client?
No, that would have been a conflict of interest.
Conflict of... You two knew each other. I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences.
Thank you. But what I could really use is a bit of your help.
You sure rally fast.
Jess?
Right. We have this clearance here, Detective Sir, from legal, which allows us...
That's alright, little lady. I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holstered for now.
Little lady?
We aren't here for David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your staging area, Detective.
Alright, why not?
How generous.
I can afford to be generous today. As if I screw up.
He gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops.
Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack.
Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions.
Yeah, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer is, not entirely up to me.
You're looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here, anyway?
Since this morning. But civilized folks don't call it morning when the streetlights are still on.
Even if you got here around 1 or 2 in the morning, that still means homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble had the lay of the land. Sounds like you could use a break.
I could use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right?
According to all my business cards.
Think I can sue for elder abuse?
Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. You would lose, though.
I already regret asking.
Why have they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway?
The man is dead, and he wasn't killed by fire, a vehicle, organized criminals, or disinformation.
As far as we know.
So at the moment, homicide's technically not the worst fit. But we're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everybody's got an eye on us. And a hand placed firmly on the back of our neck.
I've been checking my phone, but the only thing the news seems to agree on is that David passed away.
Sorry, but if you're asking for details,
No, thank you. For not letting them make this into a parade. Yet.
We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved with an ongoing investigation.
He declined to say victim. Detective, Dr. Asher was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah. He trusted Morgan more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself?
It looks like that's the case.
I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash.
Yeah, you're, welcome. Sorry.
Another round of guarded words. David was an important man, and it has only been a few hours. But all this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry. You boys and Noble all getting along with each other? Sharing your toys?
Some of the younger ones are bristling, but I always play well with others, Counselor.
And how well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security? Yeah. We've already gone over this one, although I do find it very funny to say Meg is a derogatory and hateful term used to refer to so-called mega corporations. Won't someone please think of the poor corporations?
They've given us access, and they say it's full. Some big penumbra system, top of the line coverage, top to bottom of the building. The size of the data stream's torrential. It'll be a while before we start making sense of it all.
A more conspiratorial man might think that was intentional.
Bury us in data and hope we're too swamped to find whatever they're trying to hide? Maybe.
Wait, they gave you full access to the penumbra? But that means every android in the building is feeding you their full spectrum.
You know your stuff. The penumbra pulls data from any androids connected to the building's net, but that's not much help
since there weren't any androids in the penthouse.
Right.
You know, I'd heard the rumors. Never put much stock in them, but it's true. Asher never owned a single android?
Never.
Well, I suppose I might do the same if I was the genius who programmed them all. Every time they opened their mouths, it'd just be...
His own lip service refracted 1,000 times over, echoing back at him from behind a mask he carved.
So that means you'll have to investigate with... All you'll have to investigate with are the penthouse's security cameras.
Yeah, but that should be more than enough to wrap up a case like this. In a good way, I mean. We're very much on top of this, ladies.
David was one of the biggest names in tech. He was the face of Noble Electronics. One could argue androids are only as common as they are today because of his contributions to the field.
Some people felt that way, sure.
So do you think
anyone would want to hurt him because of that?
Remind me, which one of us is the detective again?
You really won't let me pick your brain?
You already know the answer. Yes, ads are controversial. Androids especially.
We at Noble are aware that our products are sometimes the subject of a heated debate, but...
No need to quote the handbook at us, miss. Truth be told, I've never really understood the hate.
It's not that complicated, is it? How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career?
Every last one of them lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Nah, ads are just a symptom. Scratch that, ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. Vandalizing them is less than pointless because unlike us, they're all insured.
And besides, Android production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports.
True. Nice to have at least one thing we can make in this country.
That's right. Noble only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part of the manufacturing process is proudly done right here at home.
I somehow doubt everyone considers the specifics of Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much the state values Noble's contributions to the national economy.
Alright. Now listen, I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here. But we really do have a lot on our hands at the moment. So I'm gonna have to ask you to be discreet, and ideally fast.
Well, our business is just in the basement. David's basement.
But the penthouse is on the top floor, the roof, so its basement would be...
Second to last floor, if you want to be technical, Detective. The point is, we don't need to go into the kitchen or the parlor. We'll go straight back to his workshop and then head downstairs.
The kitchen and the parlor. I understand. But all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself.
Wow, an escort like royalty. Isn't he a gentleman? Huh? Yes, he's a... Lead the way, Detective.
True to his word, London ushered us past the chattering suits and humming drones, through the checkpoints and into the elevator. As it climbed into the sky, we got a good look at the growing throng of people gathered outside, and its shifting makeup. Seems like it's mostly protesters now, or worse, brand loyalists. Idiots led around by the nose their whole life, following the musk of whatever trend is laid out before them each morning. Today's trail having led them here, for half reasons they couldn't put into words even if their lives depended on it. They're like insects.
Oh, the script format is, that's fun. I like that.
And they look like them from up here. They're probably already preparing their spin. The misunderstood genius of Dr. David Asher, a video essay in 5 parts. What? A video essay?
Oh, jeez.
Why the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him, I've never understood. They could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable. Some random photogenic employee or a fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted the attention, the chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. He just happened to have the right look for the part. A man buried in his work with his eyes fixed ahead.
Yeah, it's not like me. I wouldn't release it in 5 parts. I would just wait and release something that's like 10 hours long and then hate myself. Also, it wouldn't be about a robotics guy. It would be about, like, I don't know, like a Sonic game instead.
This is... what, his laboratory?
His shop, he called it.
How down to earth.
It's messy in here. David was always disorganized. Why a programmer needed to make such a mess just to run tests on computers, I'll never... But sloppy as he could be, he didn't like it when other people saw it. If he was leaving things like this, he must not have entertained any guests down here in some time. Thanks for all your help, Detective London.
Don't mention it. Why, do you want me to step out?
We won't take long.
Not liking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call.
We'll be in and out as soon as possible. Promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted
Set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it.
Right. At least she's already wearing gloves.
If we find a dead body, you'll be our first call.
Morgan, what was that stuff about his foundation? Dr. Ash's charity has always been managed by an outside group.
You haven't spent a lot of time around crime scenes, have you?
Actually, this is my first.
Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from the premises while the cops are still searching them.
Oh.
Look, if David had something to give me, we can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it, understand?
Of course.
Great. After you.
Right. Quiet as a church house.
The phrase is quiet as a church mouse, but...
No, she's cute. I like her.
Cut myself. I'm okay.
But now doesn't seem like the time to correct her. David's shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. Coming down here, I barely recognized the place. For starters, there's a goddamn gym. David hated exercise, always claimed he didn't have the time for it. Even when I got him that treadmill and the subscription for the personal coaching program with the scheduling subroutine, said he couldn't find the time. And then, even when I explained to him that the program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he still...
Morgan? What's up? You're smiling. What's so funny?
Nothing. Just surprised to see the place renovated.
Yeah, he actually had me on mail tag with a couple of contractors a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble Did you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? I didn't know that. Is that true? Wait, is it not? But her guy told me that without an epoxy finish, the entire bar table could...
Is that the vault over there, then?
Yeah. Stands out, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Nervous?
What's that? A little, I guess. But the inhaler helps mostly, so...
Aren't you going to open it?
Open it? Don't you know the combination?
No, I do not know the combination to David's basement vault.
Oh. Oh no. How could I have... He didn't tell you or give you a code or...
He gave me the code to get into the building. And the parking garage. But not the code to whatever this is. Okay. You know, there were a lot of scattered papers back in his shop. Could he have left you a note on one of them?
Yes, he could have. He would have. In fact, I think he probably did. You just stay right here, Morgan. I'll have this settled in just a sec.
Sounds good. Right then. Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like it's a Tethys Basic Sturdicure anti-hack, anti-digital, high-rated code panel. Check this. Tethys is the largest online shopping and consumer shipping corporation on Earth, and a dominant economic force that frequently courts controversy by skirting monopoly and labor law in every nation in which it operates. Yay! And yes, we really do have everything for sale, so ditch this lame-o search engine and head over to our online store to find what you're really looking for, hot stuff. God. Yeah, it's Temu. Nothing basic about it, but at least I can see the password's limited to 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combinations. Maybe I'll get lucky. Slim chances, but what the hell? Why shouldn't I give it a shot?
Try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, please.
Nothing's happening. Okay, that was dumb. I don't really want to dwell on why I thought that could work. Forget it. There's a different terminal over here. Cotter security systems, according to the label. Maybe it controls the whole room. Damn, it's password protected too. And the code is 64 digits long. What's the point of a camera system that's harder to crack than your literal vault, you egghead? Okay, yeah. A programmer probably would care more about his IoT than whatever he can fit in a safety deposit box. Oh yeah, Internet of Things. Of course. Guess it's the 6-digit vault or nothing. But I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. And whatever other felonies I get up to in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. Only tool I've got here is my head. So what do I know? I know whatever David put in this safe, he wanted it kept secure. And I also know that he wanted me to have it. So maybe he thought ahead. Maybe he guarded it in such a way that I would be the only one who could get to it. David liked games. And he really liked beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me, I don't mind going another round.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, was like, oh, well, he might just be thinking that she could solve it.
This must be a spare liquor cabinet. Damn, there's a lot of good stuff in here, and a lot of bottom shelf swill. The kind of bargain bin vodka and nose burner whiskey that only an undergrad programmer could love. Nostalgia's sweet like that, overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. David's wine collection, still towering over the room. Don't know why he'd buy so many bottles. He didn't even particularly like the stuff. Maybe just to fill out all these shelves. But not all the bottles are untouched. Some of them don't have dust on them at all. There's a mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was a Murder Camp 81. Could be significant. Except vintages only list the year they were bottled, not the month or day. It's not enough digits for the code.
Okay, but 81. Keep that in mind.
It's a very big painting. And it's, impressionist? No, cubicle.
Cubist, which is still incorrect.
Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. It is not. Whatever its style, I do remember that David liked this painting. Predator is an oil-on-canvas painting by the mid-21st century neo-abstract expressionist Mads Haystorp? Arguably his most well-known work. It was displayed in the... See, I'm gonna butcher that pronunciation, and I don't have the time to look it up right this second. So forgive me for just kind of skimming right over that. For 9 months before Haystorp entered the premises on 11/25/58 and used a hunting knife to cut the singular mass of canvas into 3 separate pieces. When asked for comment, he replied, "My works are not complete until they have been signed." Interesting. Okay. Wait. 58. Okay, 58. 81. Yeah, I don't know. Keep that in mind too, I guess. Let's see. If there was a date on it, it could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. Maybe signing your work was considered gauche amongst the cubicleists? Taking a closer look, this is a pretty serious looking set of resistance training equipment. And these weights, they're all set near the max. If Noble hadn't appointed him a nutritionist along with a stylist, David would be downright scrawny. There's no way he was putting up these numbers. In which case, the digits on weights could be a clue. But there's too many. I can't guess the order. So what the hell, Asher? Did you just set all the weights to max because it looked more neat? Yeah, okay, so nothing else around here. Should I just try to crack the code with what info I've already got? Well... Yeah, I don't see anything else to... Oh, no, wait. The flooring's a new addition. Looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy, rubberized. Feels like something you'd drag your feet on at the gym, or a factory floor. It's more high performance than high class. Expensive, but not in a way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that, it's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's its thing. So someone must have cheaped out during the installation, left a defect in. That, or David left a jackhammer on overnight. Alright, I've searched the whole room now. Time to make a break. Interesting. Oh no. I just realized, hold on. I'm gonna need to go into my settings real quick and disable my fucking hotkeys for the stream layout. Because if I try to type in there right now... Hold on. Yeah, they are assigned to numbers, unfortunately. Let's see. Where is... Yeah, turn that off. Turn that off. Okay. I'm gonna have to turn those back on later. Very curious what that sounds like. Do you have a numpad? I do, but I just use the typical row. Because usually I don't have to use those keys for anything else during a stream. Anywho, actually though, I can't look at anything right now. Wait, can I not type? No dice. Damn. I feel like there's at least one hint I came across. Or, well, no. Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. Unless it's just the painting. But I can't remember what that full date was. Well, I can't look at the painting is the thing. It won't let me back out. Wasn't it like... Yes, got it. I remembered 11/25/58, the date the painting was signed. A password that is and isn't left in plain sight. Nice one. Hey, Morgan, What? How did you get it to open? That's... let me actually real quick reassign those keys. Okay, does this work again? Yes, it does. Okay, cool. What is that? I turned back around just in time to see a door finish swinging open with mechanical grace, revealing... Oh. A girl, with a barcode emblazoned across her temple. Required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android, clearly marked as such. And yet, even standing this close, I could swear it's... Snoring? I stepped forward and placed the back of my wrist on the android's brow. Warm. It must be a prototype from the Animate 16. Or maybe a prototype for the 17? Or 18? A biomechanical android with real human flesh. Sorry. Biomechanical, yes. But it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from lax Gemini cultures, but the... Sorry, I misspoke. Right. Understandable, since you seem surprised, Jess. Hasn't Noble been working on warm androids like this for a few years now? We have already seen the warm androids last time. I remember. Actually, though, I don't think we've read this description before, so let's just go ahead and read it for posterity. Worm is the currently most widely used term to describe androids, robots specifically designed to emulate a human likeness that feature some organic flesh in some capacity. While the concept has been experimented with in the robotics industry for decades, Noble Electronics' recent foray into worm manufacturing with their Animate 16 model represents a huge leap forward that many analysts agree is a signal of widespread adoption to come. Though the specifics of how Noble's warm androids are manufactured and integrated remain a fiercely guarded industry secret, it is generally understood through marketing materials and user maintenance documents that warm androids will require oxygen, water, and periodic organic sustenance in addition to wireless charging. Need a refill? Worm Android supplementals are available for purchase through the Noble shop. If your Worm Android doesn't receive sufficiently frequent supplementals or is repeatedly deprived of water, they may shut down most functions in order to preserve emergency power. If this happens, you can regain access to your Worm Android once your order of supplementals has been confirmed as paid. Worm androids like this one? I mean, yes, we have, sorry. It's just that this particular model is very, it's very cutting edge. Bleeding edge, judging by the flesh in those cheeks. I think it's safe to say that we found what we're looking for. I think so too. That presents a problem then. Oh, do you not, approve? I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, Practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. Do you see a switch or something? Do you? Can we, turn it around, or... I poked the android's ribs. A little less give than I expected, given its frame, but the rigidity is remarkably lifelike. I place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake, but it doesn't budge. This thing has to weigh more than... Right. Androids mostly transport themselves, so people are always surprised to find out they're a bit heavier than they look. A bit? I'm surprised the whole room isn't slanted. There's no way in hell we're moving this thing without waking it up. Crap. First the vault, now this. I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Compared to that, finding this hunk of junk's power switch should be child's play. And I think I know where to start. Jess, I'm gonna step back into the lab for a moment, alright? Oh, sure. There's gotta be a manual around here. Good idea. It must be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe you can scan its GIN number and find something in the company files? Yeah, I need some GIN right about now. A generic identification number is a string of numerals typically encoded into a barcode that labels an automated dependent. Early on in the automated dependent industrial revolution, concerns about the lessening gap between man and machine led governments to pass laws mandating that all ads clearly identify themselves as such, to counteract rampant disinformation and identity theft campaigns. Manufacturers responded by stamping the GIN code onto android bodies, most commonly on the cheek, above the collarbone, or on the back of the hand. Some companies placed the GIN on the wrist, but this quickly incurred backlash. Concerns about automated dependents impersonating humans have dropped precipitously since then, and the GIN has instead taken on a new life as a cultural icon, as powerful and easily recognizable as any corporation's logo. Fake GIN barcodes, fins, are required one of the most commonly requested tattoos. The vast majority of reputable parlors will draw a line through the barcode once finished to avoid breaking identity law, though there are some clients who care little about the consequences. MMA fighter Samli Paka infamously sports a GIN tattoo across his right knuckles and makes a show of signing a check to pay the fine for displaying a false GIN on an international broadcast every time he enters the ring. Yeah, of course. All generic ID numbers should be paired with industry standard files on maintenance, tracking, power requirements. I somehow doubt that the enigmatic android taking a catnap in a sarcophagus in David Asher's basement will have a user manual. But it can't hurt for her to try and... I'm okay. Broke a heel, but I'm okay. I carry glue. And I'd rather search the lab by myself. Now then, if I were David, and I wanted to make sure that the only one person would be able to walk out of here with that android, how would I set that up? Looks like a fairly normal computer. If I'm lucky, the security will be fairly normal as well.
Boot up complete. Username?
Vocal commands? David Asher? Morgan? Guest?
Thank you for logging in as guest.
It didn't recognize my voice, so I can probably rule out vocal command being the key to waking the android.
Do you have a question?
More than one. For now, though, what should I search on his computer? Search files for Android.
60,000 results, and counting.
Yeah, okay. David would have a lot of files on androids. I'll need to search smarter than that. Search files for basement.
812 results on the local drive. Should I expand the search?
Auditing how he renovated his basement could take all day. Search files for Morgan.
23 results on the local drive.
I can work with that. Mostly phone book and social data, but I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personnel format? Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height and weight. Alright, buddy, little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints. Now, why do you have that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. I've made sure of that. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself from a wine glass or the like. It would have been easy to do. But why do it? Interesting. Haven't seen one since college, but this must be a 3D printer. Of some sort. Feels expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess with any of the settings. These appear to be holding tanks for something. How should I know? No labels on anything. Typical for a genius. But a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's a lot more hard science than I expected in here. Centrifuges and glass and microscopes. Don't programmers do all their work with a keyboard? Diagrams of human anatomy. Hands are highlighted. The most developed part of the human body. Good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots and frames can do fine with just claws or 3-digit imitations, but androids are expected to look like people, and move like them too. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Noble. That tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then, if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires, a 0 becomes 1, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times a second, and you've got the human brain, a computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in a magazine, anyway. Alright, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture what it'll take to turn on this android. I've got the what, for the where and how. I'll just have to manage. It's still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. Morgan, there you are. I've looked in every registry I could find and every database I could get into, but...
Oh no, wait, that's still Jess.
Every database I could get into, but... I don't think this android is in the system.
It was a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it.
Yes, but an android without the proper identification is...
It's only buying and selling, or selling an android without proper identification that's legal. And it doesn't seem like he ordered this online.
I guess you're right, huh?
We'll have it registered soon enough anyway. I think I've figured out what we need to do here.
Oh?
If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on.
What are you thinking?
David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By requiring both, he could be reasonably sure that no one was powering up this android without my approval. You've done a swab before, haven't you?
Every month, for the company. Apparently they're building a database on employee epigenetics cross-referenced with... Oh, so you're gonna...
My DNA and my fingerprint make the key. Now where to find the lock? Got your nose! I'm gonna guess hand first. There was the diagram back in his shop. Was it meant to be a literal handshake verification? Huh.
I thought that would work.
Me too. Okay. Then yes, got your nose. The nose? I guess it's not impossible.
Morgan, are you really gonna stick your thumb up its nose?
No, I'm not. If it takes something that silly to boot it up, I don't even want it anymore. Alright! Maybe somewhere with a lot of surface area? The torso? The chest? I am not doing that. Wow, okay, we really have to narrow it down to this. The lips are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan, even if it is gross placing my finger there.
Oh, that's...
Still not doing it, huh? Come on, do I really need to push my finger deeper? Jiggle the key? Oh man, you went right in there. Are you touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. Wow, you really have to... That's fucking crazy.
Come on.
Good morning to you, too.
Cute.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, Martin. I'm just a little bit torn on it for continuity's sake because I did last time she appeared, but I agree that, you know, since she's going to be here for a while, maybe it'd be easier not to have to flip back and forth between it all the time.
Hello. I've never seen you two before.
I guess we should introduce ourselves then.
Hi.
This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Asher. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that?
I understand. She is Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan. Last name unknown?
No, Morgan is my
Father told me about you.
Aw, he did?
Wait.
Whoops. Hold on just a second. Okay. There we go.
Father?
David. You had it call you Daddy?
I'm referring to Dr. David Asher. Are you confused?
That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor and just move this along. Did David say that he was giving you to me? Transferring ownership?
Ownership? That is correct.
And what else did...
Mostly correct.
Right. And what else did he tell you?
Many things. Can you specify?
I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program.
Did Dr. Asher tell you anything that he wanted to convey to Morgan? A message you were supposed to pass on?
Yes. Jess, I think it's trying to...
Oh, okay, sure. I'll give you two. I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back up to the lab to take some calls, okay?
Thanks, Jess.
Yes. Thank you, Jess.
You're welcome. Just the two of us now. So, what do I call you?
My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan.
Trust me, the pleasure is all mine. So, what's the message?
Father told me that I would be living with you from now on. And he told me that you would look after me.
Shouldn't it be the other way around?
Should it?
I modeled this lifelike, with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just what are you, anyway?
You forgot my name already? It's Sarah.
What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you?
That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour.
What purpose did Dr. Asher design you for?
I don't know the answer to that question.
You don't know why he built you?
No. Should I?
How can you not?
Do you?
Would I be asking you if I did?
I meant, do you know why you were created? Why were you born? Why me? Why would you? Why are you doing this? You're a freak! A monster! What the hell is wrong with you? Please don't kill me. Please, why? Why? Why was a monster like you even born?
Guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you ever had the Turing solution. David Asher's postgraduate thesis on intelligent programmatic linguistics weighting, a body of work which would come to be known as the Turing solution, named for supposedly being the answer to all past, present, and future Turing tests. True to its name, David Asher's base code has yet to fail any Turing test, a test designed to determine if given answers come from a human or machine applied to it with the success rate of below 99.97%. A number of think tanks, charities, and corporations hold bounties for designing new Turing tests for the sole purpose of running them against David Asher's work, though none have announced the awarding of any prize money thus far.
Father's framework for programming linguistics in artificial systems, and the body of work for which he was granted international recognition.
Yeah, and international gellet.
Do you have any answer to my question? An answer as to why you were created? Why you exist?
Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me.
I see. Then I will give a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me.
Can't argue with that logic, can I?
Can't argue with that logic. Father did say that you're a lawyer.
Yeah, that's me.
You're a lawyer, and I defeated you with logic.
World-class, high-power attorney, the best defense money can buy.
So do you catch criminals?
And that's what cops do.
Do you litigate criminals?
And that's what prosecutors do.
Then, do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice? Sue corrupt corporations and officials?
I don't think anyone does that anymore.
Then what do you do?
I'm a criminal defense attorney.
A defender of the innocent and powerless.
Connor Thompson, thank you for becoming a channel member.
Do you also...
Now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself?
I've never had to do that before.
First time for everything. How old are you?
I'm not sure I can give a satisfactory answer.
0 for 2 on answering simple questions. What's the date of your earliest memory?
2 years ago.
And where were you constructed or assembled or whatever? What facility?
I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. By himself.
You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers from any manufacturers, any IDs of any designer?
You wanted to take me apart?
David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole department's worth. If I ask around, there's gotta be someone in the company who can ID this thing and help me figure out what's so important about it. You don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of?
This body is composed of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt.
Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble.
My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxidant.
You mean you've got a heart? How quaint. But where does all that extra weight come from?
Pardon?
I tried moving you earlier, and it felt like I was pulling against a truck.
My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and a military-grade titanium carbide alloy.
That sure took the wind out of her sails.
My muscles are made of adaptive rare earth alloy nanoweave fiber with shock absorption and kinetic chain potential rated past...
Wait, did you say military grade?
I have a grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift approximately...
I'm not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I have never seen any of them move the way it's talking about. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised, controlled, spring-tight, strength and flexibility, like a ballerina or a gymnast. Strong enough to flip over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it never stepped on a scale, it'd make for the perfect infiltration unit. The perfect weapon, if you could keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret?
Are you deep in thought?
But a military infiltration android would look more crew-cut and forgettable. And would David really devote personal time and effort just to make another weapon for the military?
I have other features I could tell you about, if you like.
If I shot you, would you die?
It would be very painful, and there would be a discharge of fluid, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective.
That settles it. This thing is a weapon, sure as I...
Would you like to know about my hair?
Your hair?
I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lattice technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the daytime.
That must come in handy?
I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality, and I haven't gone outside much.
Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all.
I actually do think that's like a really cute sort of like reason, quote unquote, to give her hair for her design. I think that's a really fun way of sort of making that important.
You're just a pincushion, aren't you?
I'm not familiar with the term. Searching. Pincushion, jargon, design refers to prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues.
Got an idea? Not sure what to do with it? Stick it in the pincushion. It's as good an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. A mishmash of state-of-the-art military features spliced with odd new technologies and seemingly pointless additions.
The end result being a singular, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years.
Pincushions are a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They are valuable to collectors who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and least reproducible results.
But even the most nonsensical pincushions are built via committee over years, with numerous engineers and programmers adding in their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who is now... Seems like we got off track there, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relate to me?
Besides that you were to look after me? He also told me that you were reliable, and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions.
Finally, some good news.
As you said, Adonai.
What's that?
Hmm?
That word you called me. What was that?
Adonai, from classical Hebrew. Translated literally, it means my lord. Do you prefer that I call you master?
No.
Very good, Adonai.
Why did David use Hebrew, though?
Abrahamic myth tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay, designed to resemble and obey their masters. Golems. Father must have found the comparison appropriate.
Amusing. More likely, it's just a joke.
Father would not make light of such a thing.
Sure he would.
Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs?
When was the last time you were active?
38 hours ago.
Thursday night, then?
Correct.
Right.
David Asher is dead.
He died last night. Understand?
How? May I see him?
See him? No. I won't be able to see him. Funeral is probably not for a few days.
Father was not... He was not sick.
I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with 2 robots in one day. That's very charming, but let's go to commands only.
What happened? Did he have an accident?
Why is it still doing the theatrics? Does it not recognize my authority yet? The police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands the first time I say them and not...
The police are wrong.
Excuse me?
They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. Father had... He told me...
Look, Sarah... I'm... sorry?
You're sorry. Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm?
I've been around death a lot, so don't try to lecture me about grief, Spearman.
My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, Dr. David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me. And he did not kill himself.
Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough.
The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable, and a friend. You should be looking into his death.
That's... Is that an order?
Of course not. It is a request, Adonai.
A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job and I have mine. If I stick my nose into their investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle, but what they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Let's go. We need to...
Father asked you to look after me.
Yeah, he did. He also said that you should obey me, but you don't seem quite as fixated on that part.
And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. One favor.
The thin ice starts here, Spearmint. That was between him and me.
Father is gone, so now it is between you and I. And I am calling in the favor now.
What?
You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You can sell me to some collector, or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself. And you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Why are you laughing?
Piney Tree with the $5. Golem references? Then surely Sarah has the Hebrew word emet under her bangs and a kill switch if you remove first letter to turn word truth to death.
I am not smart enough to understand, but I will take your word for it. I am sorry.
It's you and me, not you and I. You and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong. It was not my intention to amuse or rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine. I'll take the deal, Sarah. I'll take that deal, Sarah. You mean you will prove that Father did not? I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can.
Yeah, I had gathered, Atropos. I'm not particularly familiar, personally. But, perhaps I should do a bit of, extra looking around myself afterward.
Then where do we start?
We? I didn't realize you had a law degree.
I do not have a law degree, but I am a fast learner.
This isn't a job interview.
And I am far from useless. I can...
The ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective. And David was my friend, not my client. I won't be able to poke around it all unless...
And I am also capable of...
Can you tell a lie?
I am capable of making statements that are false.
Guess that'll have to do.
Are you going to ask me to lie?
Yes. To the police, in fact.
Lying to the police is a felony.
Androids don't commit felonies, they make errors.
I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai?
That's a funny way of putting it.
Are you sure about this?
You have questions too, don't you? Right now, I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. Does she have a profile? Let me check, actually. Does not look like it at the moment now.
Okay, go for it. I'll make sure they're watching. Is the air quality at Noble headquarters kept up to state standards?
What's that?
All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was Father also working under such poor conditions?
They don't have asthma.
Then why are they all carrying inhalers?
Inhaler, corporate use. First legalized in 2083, the stimulant sold under the name Adroxone has since become one of the most widely used drugs in the corporate world. As a Class 2 stimulant of least concern, employees of any corporation in good standing with the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight can have access to Adroxone without a prescription so long as their HR representative feels it would be beneficial to their work performance. Workplace Adroxone is, as it is sometimes called, is dispensed through a biomonitor enhanced inhalers that automatically detect overdoses and keep track of possible habit formation. Automatic safety levels may be adjusted at supervisor's discretion. Unsubstantiated claims that Adroxone was first invented as a purely recreational drug by the notoriously violent Skullhead Mafia caused enough of a stir that in 2083 a formal investigative committee was formed. Unfortunately, in 2084, an industrial hydrogen fuel accident resulted in the deaths of all 391 Skullhead members, placing the investigation at an indefinite standstill. Interesting.
Yes, ma'am. She's right over here.
Oh wait, that's Jess. Sorry. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you.
Did I mess up?
On the contrary. Eyes wide. She's a DA. Quiet. She succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears perked up. My two favorite girls. Let's go. Emma Rockford. Best at getting the staff's attention. Worst at deciding what to order. Again. Big mood. Didn't think I'd run into you here.
Yeah, didn't think I'd be here either. But the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Megs, so...
No, wait. What are you doing here?
I see. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words.
Dislikes audiobooks. True? Question mark? Big fan of reading? Would hate these fucking streams, I guess. Struggles with remembering lyrics. Default status, do not disturb. Man. Ninja, the answer is, neither. It's Reyes. That's my answer, personally. Oh yeah, I mean, I was reading it as in takeout, as in like date. I don't know if you meant kill them.
We can't all be as talkative as you. Normally quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but you were so genuine in your reading.
Bite me.
I don't know that there's a need for all of that. Very mature, detective. Did you come up with all of that yourself? Oh, no, that's Kagu_Ya's signature pose. Like the pop star?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You can admit it if you do.
Well, there's nothing to admit because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is.
Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is? She's the most famous...
Kaguya is the stage name of a singer-songwriter known for her powerful voice and her stage persona's intricately crafted lore. After releasing a blitz of chart-topping singles, a quadruple platinum album, and a bevy of cultural reset music videos in just the last 3 years, she has come to be considered the leading living figure in the pop music and popular culture realm. Kaguya's official age is listed as 1086 years old. She has released her first 1086, well, like 1086, yeah, but... Bleh. She released her first single, Orbit, in 2083, which went on to peak at number 1 on the Billboard Top 100, the Rubicon Digital Singles Chart, and the Nye 8 music video streaming tracker, making it one of the fastest-selling singles in history. Personal details on the pop star remain scarce, and protecting her anonymity has become a core part of her fan culture. When a retired facial analysis expert claimed that her stage makeup was formulated specifically to make facial recognition on her impossible, a representative for her record company met with the press to clarify that she is simply a private person who wants her fans to enjoy the experience that is Kaguya's voice. Authors also frequently searched for Kaguya Lore Explained, Kaguya Iceberg Explained, Kaguya Lunatropic Tour Tickets, Where to Buy. Lunatropic, haha. Oh, the Princess Kaguya references. Always very important. Yeah, well, I just don't know who that is, so... Ma'am? Weren't you about to say something? Oh, well, I'm still surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Aren't you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Ash's funeral service. Wouldn't his family want to take care of that? No. No? No. I see. Sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan? Huh. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disrupt your morning. Hey, you're here for the same reason as every other suit they've got crawling around. Money. You're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying about here before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is, I don't even know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal's probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right. So if you're not here for the funeral or the readings of the will... Miss Starling asked me to come here, actually, on a matter unrelated to David's passing. An unrelated matter? That's convenient, isn't it? But now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. And where did you hear that? Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded that it was a suicide. Can always count on her to be blunt. I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure you must be feeling... Because I'm gonna have to contest that charge. What? The state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it.
The hell are you talking about?
The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, Detective.
It's what? Huh?
It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, not to trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this.
A preliminary hearing is a step in the criminal court process in which a judge or jury will evaluate whether there exists sufficient evidence to justify a trial. Between security systems, personal devices, biomonitors, IoT crumbs, automated dependents, and mods, it is extremely rare in modern times for the people's evidence of a crime to be found lacking, making preliminary hearings somewhat of a formality that is frequently sidestepped without protest from the defense. God damn. Technically, as a formality, assuming the courts aren't busy that day. I'm afraid that on this occasion I'm going to have to insist on formality.
Yeah, well, you don't really have much say in the matter, do you?
With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney.
All that money and he needs a drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit.
I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney.
You're absolutely right, it is a conflict of interest. And I would have said as much to him if I had the chance.
What do you mean?
I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today.
After he died? How the hell did you miss the memo?
Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well.
Oh, I didn't know you had an Android, Morgan. It's cute.
Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness.
Witness to what? 38 hours ago, that is, David Asher communicated to me, as a matter of record, the following explicit legal intent. That in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be Evangeline Morgan.
Evangeline? No, wait, seriously, your name is Evangeline? Did your parents name you after a Christmas carol? Should we all be curtsying? It's not that funny. No, of course. Nothing to be embarrassed about, Evangeline. Or do your friends call you Angel? I hear Kaguya's on tour, Detective. Should I get you tickets? You could have your dad drive you like all the other 15-year-old. Hey!
Feels like we're getting off topic. What were we just... I was telling you that David Asher wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney.
Imagine my surprise.
An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan.
That's fair. And if we were going before an upper-level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. But we're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as you called it. If he asks for representation, he deserves representation. Doesn't matter whether he's alive, dead or alive. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even an adjutant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man. No, there wouldn't be a sentence, but the adjutant will render a verdict. And verdicts have consequences, even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What's she getting at?
If the court agrees this was a suicide, that verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health.
Like whether he was in his right mind or not? You know anything about estate tax law, Detective?
No. But I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me.
More than happy. An individual found by the court not to be of sound mind can't very well give their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If this will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo.
In which case, the state would be legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So, this is just about his money?
I'm almost disappointed in you, Morgan.
Well, when you take into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example...
Huh?
Never mind.
No, Starling. You should speak your mind.
All I mean to say is that while Dr. Asher did have significant holdings in art, real estate, and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to not be of sound mind, and his shares were to end up acquired by the government, Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image, and its standing in the financial community.
All of which is to say, there's a great deal at stake here.
not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this, and they're not gonna let you bring them any unwanted attention. Starling did her part. They're watching, and they've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Why are you raising your voice? If nothing changes by the end of the day, the whole country is going to hear how David Asher committed suicide. By midnight, there will be questions about his competency, concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble ad was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to not get in my way. So you've got your reasons and Noble has got a lot to think about. But why should the district attorney's office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. That goes without saying. The court should have an opening at 6 p.m. I didn't have anything planned. Then it's a date. Detective, would you get her clearance set up? Yes, ma'am. Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger. Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your authority as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that. Don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Rockford might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know you care. I live to serve. And protect. Phew. Thanks for the assist. Oh, thanks for the assist, Starling. Yeah, no sweat. Are all cops like that? Or are they more like that Detective London gentleman? I would say, yeah. They're mostly like that, yes. They're all that intense? Yes, it comes from being short. And most cops are short? Yes. Right. Well, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck. Both of you. What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now, probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well. To get me registered? Among other things. Either David killed himself or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate overlords who are to blame. In which case, I'll want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing? Nothing. What about Father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. Excuse me. The medical examiner will speak to me, now that I'm operating under the court's authority. Zoe with $5. Sadly, you have to go, but good luck, and please don't overwork yourself. This case is big. I'll watch the VOD later, though. Thank you. But if I stop to flash paperwork at every nurse and security guard with nothing better to do than ask questions, I'll have to... What's that look for? You were Father's friend. Thank you again for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who'd want to know? Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country has heard about David by this point. But all that heartbreak shit did keep me pretty occupied these last few weeks, and I was never one to pry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort of finding them. Do you have someone in mind? Maybe someone he met recently? He spoke about becoming close with someone this year. A musician. Now that you mention it. There was a P.O. something that David might have mentioned when we talked back in... I will begin a search. I've completed my search. I found nothing. Thanks for the old college try. Is that really the best you can do? Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters and the fact that he was a musician, I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results, Adonai. No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. What kind of person is that? And who would you have even called? I don't know. But I still should have gotten my phone calls. Instead I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian? New foster parent? Want me to call you mommy?
I'm not really the motherly type.
Hey yo, we might actually get along.
So I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian, I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony.
Fascist pigs. Skipping school's a felony now.
Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a very long time.
That wasn't me.
They have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to.
That was for a homework assignment.
Here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. State wouldn't have even known they'd been robbed until they saw their password show up on black market clearance 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to their database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Why?
Look, I didn't steal anything. That wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes.
What, did they get your birthday wrong?
My name.
Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form.
And get a signature from a parent or guardian.
So, what's the good news then? The good news was that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian.
The hell? That doesn't count as good news. That's just a thing you said.
Don't be sure. A lawyer's a lot better than a guardian.
How's that?
Parents, guardians, foster, whatevers, they're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you, no matter what, because that's how they get paid.
So how good are you at your job? Hello, Moncour.
It's pronounced.
How do I decide to pronounce it in a different? I don't know. Anyway, I just find the idea very funny of like, wait, how do I decide specifically how Morgan pronounces it incorrectly?
I know how it's pronounced.
And don't call me that.
When I met Fran in the police station, I couldn't help but bet that I'd landed the jackpot. A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land for them, would be more than happy to help me with whatever I need, whenever I need it.
Oh, like Curly. It's just, I see. Interesting.
Always so cold, Fran. Can't I ever get a good morning?
Francois Snow. Oh, that's. I didn't realize that Fran was short for Francois. That's cute. Likes haptics, synth music, cinnamon toast. Hacker, but don't put that down, obviously.
No such thing. Nothing good's ever happened until the afternoon when people are actually awake.
What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management.
What do you want, Red?
I can't call you up just for fun.
If you don't want to get blocked.
I need you to find somebody for me.
Can't do it. I've got homework.
We both know the only time you ever do your own homework is during the class it's due.
And I've got sports.
You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick.
And I've got a bidding war to win.
You're the only person on Earth bidding on 70-year-old Coochie and Air Jodan vintage rats, Fran. I think you can take your eyes off the auction block.
So yeah, so sorry, but I'm busy, so...
I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist on doing things from the top...
Huh?
I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
They've been really into the self prefixes lately.
What?
Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help.
Oh.
Andy thinks you could really benefit from it.
You're lying.
He's got all the workbooks ready. Clearly, your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of...
Fine, I get it.
I need you to find a local musician.
Musician? Knowing you, this will be electro swing or some other awful...
Last name Powell, or Parker.
And that's all you got?
They'll be in David Asher's circles.
Wait, Asher, you're working that?
That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on.
Don't go expecting any miracles.
I need this soon. Within the hour, ideally.
Within the... You know I have other clients, don't you?
Other clients who actually pay you on time? A musician. Find him.
Okay.
Even talking over the phone, you're very animated, Adonai. What do you mean? Just that you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course, I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking? I see. I'll keep that in mind as we... Wait, you really expect to tag along? Of course. Father was... Yeah, I know you want to. But why should I let you? Because I'm capable and helpful. I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more. How? I will subject every individual we encounter to a basic survey, to procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning. Subjecting them to torture. I can help, Adonai. How fast can you fill out forms? Fast. Congratulations, you're halfway to being a paralegal.
Oh, she finally got a profile. Okay. Unemployed paralegal. I'm not sure how skills differ from talents. Talents, I'm good at a lot of things. I also like the 180-degree rule. Funny.
You coming? Right away, Adonai.
Alright, I'm gonna take a quick BRB to get some water. I'm feeling a little sluggish, honestly. No good talk good for a bit. I think I need to wake up a little bit. So, I'll be back in a few. Don't go anywhere. We will continue shortly. Thank you. Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. Like I said, I kind of got a slow start today, so I just feel like I've been stumbling a little bit more with reading and stuff tonight, so it was just kind of like I just needed to take a step away for a second, get my water and stuff, because I was starting to get a little self-conscious about it, to be completely honest with you. But hopefully we'll be good. Anywho. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, Detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there, in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me not to get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't? The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still. Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home security system. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious, with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. In-flight auto triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. I see. And the cause of death is? Being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0, and there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? They don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet.
Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose?
If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now, unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, Detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense given what we know, and what we don't.
But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs.
Oh. I didn't even notice that actually went into the search terms. Anyway. CDCA. A series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by civil unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA were intended to research the backlog of criminal cases across the country and provide much-needed tax income, while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The gray wave followed soon after, as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this new gray market. Fierce competition for government licenses to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs, and to monopolize on their sale in the months it would take to the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers has continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the white wave as a whole. Very interesting. Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics.
So whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database.
You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. In the literal sense, designer merely denotes any drug that is custom made as opposed to mass produced, typically outside of normal pharmaceutical industry standards. In common parlance, however, designer drugs, DDs, deeds, DEDs, are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high. While the CDCA and the white wave that followed it legalized and taxed virtually all known narcotics, it did so alongside extensive documentation and study, and those laws could only apply to drugs that already existed. Any drug patented after the white wave must go through approval processes and registration with national and international authorities, a time-consuming process that can take anywhere from 6 months to several years. This timeline creates a window of opportunity wherein organized criminal groups can step in to meet the demand for a narcotic. What has become known as riding the wave is the new normal for the international drug trade, pitting mob chemists against corporate laboratories in a race to develop newer, more powerful, more easily habit-forming drugs, and cornering the market on them before legislation catches up to them. Users also frequently searched for, is Nerve legal yet? Best New Deads 2086, Nirvana designed by who?
What is the difference?
Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. While the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment is cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. Only difference is it's their families finding them in the living room and not beat cops finding them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm going to take a look around now. Yeah, sure, make yourself at home. What's that face for?
I thought that there would be an outline.
An outline?
Around where they found Father.
Like in the movie?
Like in film.
Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file.
Augmented reality crime scene. I see.
Alrighty, let's take a look around.
There is an outline. And so this is where he
died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him.
And it's the sensors and cameras that they were wearing that create the basis for this ARCS?
They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same.
Where do we start?
You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even without looking. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor, face up.
Does that tell you something?
Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it?
I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario.
The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over on the table.
But he wasn't found slumped over.
No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly.
So what can you conclude from that, Adonai?
Only that I'm missing something.
Yeah, I'm suspicious.
Better take a closer look. Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old.
You recognize it?
Sure, he was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world.
It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present, was their conclusion. Is it possible the police missed the poison?
No. Even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf.
So, we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned.
We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that would have been pretty obvious if so. Let's look at this first. 2 cups, 1 empty, knocked over, and 1 mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them?
I've seen them before, in the basement liquor cabinet.
He kept these lying around? I knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him.
Ark says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however.
Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough for them there to test.
Inconclusive could mean...
Inconclusive means inconclusive, that's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting.
Father's prints are on both cups, as expected. But there are someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that the chair was probably out for whoever, like somebody else might have been sitting there. Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched the cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to...
I don't know. Why don't we know who the prints belong to?
Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or...?
No, there's space for a name, but the field is black.
Shit. Then am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes. Yeah? There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask, sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that.
I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean?
It means that whomever these prints belong to has a very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy, out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name.
That easily?
Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. Legal order issued by the state. I mean, yes, I know what a subpoena is. By the state on behalf of the prosecution or defense that compels the addressed party to give testimony, provide information, or turn over evidence. Failure to comply with the subpoena will result in being charged with contempt of court. Usually. What did the witness have to say for themselves, Detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. The two of them talked and they had a drink together. Then, the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse. All of the witness's vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken? Then there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith? Penumbra is set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Asher's drink. I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the Penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers? Plural? I don't have time to trade jabs with the law offices of Johnson, 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 and Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law offices of Kokler, Gustave, Prince, and Prince. I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all of you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. What does that even mean? I don't know. Needed a moment to think. It's literally like, what did she mean by this? So that was it? One peek at the cams and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look, they were searched. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department is concerned, they were nearly the second victim. But they aren't dead, or even ill from the sound of things. So do you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for both of them from a safe bottle? Interesting. So that's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. The upright cup. Yep. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill, and the witnesses didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body.
An unidentified foreign substance.
Suicide by poison. I get that you were close and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying, but that's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera?
He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras. There's no cams in the lab, or in the basement. That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If cams of his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb. Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. Yeah. Oh, okay. This is actually some slightly different stuff. Witness spoke to David Asher in his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36. Upon returning at 7:38, the two of them continued speaking while they both drank. David Asher felt lethargic and disoriented shortly after 8. David Asher lost consciousness at 8:03. EMS was called from the emergency console in the kitchen at 8:04. David Asher and the witness were taken to Gatesfield Memorial at 8:08. Okay. It's pretty fast response time, honestly. Okay, let's look at this now. Spilled alcohol. The arc shows how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clean. So does that mean wherever this spill came from must be clean as well? As well? Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems. All the docs were take-home safe. Nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 p.m. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to. An article. Warm android blood saved soldier's life. In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android, and in a way that no other competitor's product could. A brave private, name withheld, was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far away from the safety of bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 Enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, universal donor, synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. Triage. Gotcha. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they've got something inside of them that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag, and then some, and people in the Capitol are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Mathing said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with warm models. This story's got people talking. If we just ignored our constituents' feelings on this matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians, and I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, "Oh damn, you're not logged into this device. Why don't you pop your user details down below and enable crumbs so you can get the user experience you deserve?" This is that article I've seen going around. But why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize. I mean, they now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilt all over the globe. A chessboard and a datapad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CXD4, NXD4. This is... I mean, okay. No. Black has checkmated before he moves. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We ought to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play Adonai?
No, especially not against David.
Well, that's to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing.
Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too
Boring?
too fair. The smarter player wins every time.
And that is something you take fault with?
Of course, how's a gal like me supposed to win at a game like that? I always admired this view. The buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the rundown, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view is secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible.
Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows?
Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all of his homes, all his cars.
I didn't know that.
Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse from more than...
Why did he care so much about his windows?
Police androids monitoring the scene. Could almost mistake them for the real thing the way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park.
Pardon?
Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before?
Because I haven't. In person.
David did never let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its GIN if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever. One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out, a party of two. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Seems like that's everything critical on this side of the room. Which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. The console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact emergency services. May I see it? Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2. Or 1. God, that's relatable. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. So whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. There are 3 unwashed dishes in a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job. Yeah, they're prints. Most match the victim. But there's also... Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that! All I did was walk over to you.
You knocked over the salt, Adonai.
I was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod.
Adonai, the salt.
As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass. That glass and the sink? They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? Interesting.
You need to toss it over your shoulder.
Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have choked on it if they had tried. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon?
It's bad luck, Adonai.
Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames?
That's genius. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory.
Mature.
It's bad luck.
What have you been going on about? The salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition?
It's not a superstition, it is an ancient wisdom.
Give me one logical reason to care then.
If too much salt spills onto your food, it'll make you gag.
Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there. Interesting that it's an evidence piece. That's going to end up being a part of an argument, I will guess. That's my suspicion. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning.
Some white wines chilled in the drawer. Some real cheap liquor stuffed into the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement?
Huh? That's what the cams show, yeah.
There's plenty to drink right here, and unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry? I am an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, I become tired. What a great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't need to know. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out?
8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene.
I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive?
8:08 p.m., remember?
Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air?
Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside, took him to Gatesfield. The very best, if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems he could afford a lot.
He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people.
Caduceus's executive plan 4 isn't like most people, counselor. Or no, wait, it's 5 actually, right? Sorry, I'm not very good with Roman numerals. Also, let's just tick that off real quick. Oh no, it is 4. I second guessed myself. I shouldn't have. I was right the first time, like always. I've never been wrong about anything. Anyway. Executive 4 plan. David Asher's health insurance policy with Caduceus, paid for through Noble Electronics. Includes private EMS services on standby. Only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans that outrank it. Oh yeah, that's right, Deathbird. That's probably why I was... Yeah.
He had executive level?
Not like most people at all. Oh, okay. Other things.
Okay. You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene.
Yeah.
So do you think you know what happened?
Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield. Along with a half hundred noble megs who've all called dibs.
Then I'll just have to cut in line.
Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial.
What? You can do that, can't you? I can.
But
I need your payment information to get started.
Yeah? Okay. Understood. On my way down.
Got it. Sync complete. Set pickup form.
10 minutes should be plenty.
The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai.
How bad can it be?
As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy's not panicked yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point.
No, that's exactly what I was thinking of as soon as she said it, Poof.
Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell has got them all so excited? Adonai, what does that symbol mean?
In this rabble? Probably something vulgar. Which one?
That heart with a bullet hole.
I don't know. It's probably nothing.
Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol? Or a following? Or these... whatever these people are.
And why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment?
Because Noble's trying to cover up the truth.
They are?
Those Megs in there scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try to catch them when they go to dump the scraps.
Sarah, what are you hoping to find?
Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle.
Blow the whistle? On Heartbreak?
Noble doesn't want the world to know that A16 is sentient and homicidal.
You think that Heartbreak is an android?
You think whoever did all that was human? Noble's advanced prototype went amok and started killing.
Started killing random people?
Don't be a lamb, it only looks random. There's a clear pattern as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit.
Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging.
Smart kid, she gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's gotta be deniable ops.
Deniable is a fictional classification for clandestine state actions that need not be taken responsibility for because plausible deniability and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party involved, even the victims, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. No such designation exists. Deniable ops are a common recurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on through the media or addressed by world governments. It is also commonly claimed that deniable ops make ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from the political ramifications of their military actions. Conspiracy theories are no laughing matter. If you're worried that someone you know might be being indoctrinated or spreading misinformation themselves, you can report them to the state at our non-confidential portal here.
They must have been in the DO together before getting their records bleached. Then as soon as they've outlived their usefulness. What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Worm androids so perfect no one could tell the diff. A bullet to the heart is the only way it could kill those other over-engineered freaks.
Everyone has got a goddamn opinion.
I see.
Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane.
Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself?
Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all of its own, cyberpunk, or cyberpunk, historically, has referred to a counterculture centered around the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it has taken on a new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to, a code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socioeconomic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: "There's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance?" Users also frequently searched for "Get ready with me, cyberpunk." The 99 Man explained, "Are co-ops illegal?"
You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on hardcore crops? They're putting something in the food!
Those people. Heartbreak. This is...
A goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down?
What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this Heartbreak figure?
They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer.
But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious?
Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others?
They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have...
Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak.
So you think that they were just born that way?
That's my guess.
That's
unsatisfying.
sad.
I don't see why it would be.
If Heartbreak was born like that, they never had a chance to be anything else.
If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them.
That kind of predestination, it means they never have to take responsibility for what they are.
The state can make them take responsibility. As soon as they catch them.
You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer.
Just a serial killer.
Just?
If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months.
In order to have killed
413,789 people.
You did that in your head?
I'm good at mental math.
You counted the leap years. But what is the significance of that number?
Deaths within 18 months of the Blakefort industrial disaster.
Oh? Congestion ahead. We're currently limiting traffic related to this particular search due to a large number of edits coming in from net addresses outside your country's borders. We're proud to fight alongside a variable user country in combating disinformation by foreign actors like those in Variable User Adversary Latest. You can read more about how and why this collaboration works here. Tired of running into slowdowns? So are we, but maintaining a secure data border takes resources. Contact your representative and explain why you think the national data security budget needs to be expanded using our easy right form here. Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Tack on another 183% for the birth defects. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time.
So you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they could stand for whatever the crowd wants them to.
Please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse.
Keep walking, pigs! Fascists! Noble owns the cops.
Only the cops they build in their factories. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? You want me to wade into a crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in this city trying to do some goddamn good, and they all just...
That's part of our job, Detective.
No offense, man, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Did they give prosecutors badges? I have an idea for the ID for this parking garage. Does that count?
Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open?
This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai.
Breaking out the thesaurus on me? I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things.
Do you tell that to your clients?
No, but they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago and we all agreed to them.
I don't recall voting for it.
Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so... We traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. Very least we can do is take their criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority.
Only with authority being challenged.
But they treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong.
So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change,
So if the public is gonna hate us no matter what we do,
and if corporations and governments will trample over people all the same, regardless of their character,
and if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing,
what do you do, Adonai?
what the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you'd think. In times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live is, the only moral way to act is, do whatever it takes to win. If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels, and trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. Damn, that was a really good sequence. That was really cool. That was really well done. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But it didn't seem that they have Caduceus Executive 3, more expensive than David's, which means they most likely.
How did you do that?
You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing.
That's not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly?
Well, I didn't do anything. It was the nurse who escorted us.
Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words. So little information. I don't think you even gave him your name.
Haven't you heard of the Golden Rule?
Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated.
Wrong. Treat others how they would want you to, they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him. And he wanted to feel appreciated.
which meant he'd be eager to help given the chance.
Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated?
There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone is thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't even matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It'll always be a gamble.
That is not a very comforting sentiment.
Well, I think it's fun.
Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it?
Same as anything. Observation and practice.
You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. So, we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door.
I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it. Oh, hello.
Oh, hey. Come on in, don't stand out there in the... cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run it a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Oh, man. Great game for fan of hot people.
Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. Though I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means.
Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're?
Morgan, I represent the deceased.
The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's, weird. Thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know. Oh, whoops. I accidentally skipped that line.
Oh, wasn't it a L? Yeah. I know, weird, right?
Theaterade 11 with the $5 obligatory forensics goth. And we love it every time! Clap! For the forensics goth. Well, what the hell do I know? I'm getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing out this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home.
What's this? The hospital's getting renamed?
No, guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plotter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex, in recognition of the family's incredible generous donations over the last several years. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Rinagen Medical over 25 years ago and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society that are sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Rinagen board member Mire Ikaria had this to say. In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves, so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones uncomfortable with that are, we're working hard to print out the rest of your article, character by character. It's tough work, but we'd be able to go about it a lot faster if you'd leave a tip. Want to drop your payment info in the jar?
The Ikaria. Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever they can get themselves a new image. All the Neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can.
Let's just get that, and then check this. Slang term for the nouveau rich. New money families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility or even as a second estate that administers global power alongside the first, governments, and third, corporations. Users also frequently search for who are nobility families, how to marry into wealth, define nouveau.
But that must go double for the Ikarias.
assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. That's a lot of screens. There's gotta be diminishing returns on productivity.
Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am?
You can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in the spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so, boom, I get 4 new monitors every year.
Do you run out of things to use them for?
Sometimes, but this year I started running 2 dramas at once while I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work. Helps me use up the screens.
I see. Are these all dead bodies?
One would hope so.
I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect.
Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor?
Hmm?
Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal bio batteries, suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death. Very, very rarely.
If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased?
Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just so much of what I do boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. Is she finishing up over there? Right, okay. So what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be,
what was the cause of death?
oh wow, hi there. Cute android. Didn't even realize it was really cute. The skin that is remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed, felt like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So what can I tell you?
Were you able to determine the cause of death?
Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out at least.
Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring?
Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system.
What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like?
Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, but then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late.
And you're certain of all this?
Oh, well, most of it, sweetie.
Most of it?
Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show. Biomonitor is a general use term for wearable technology or implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on an individual's vital signs. Commonplace among the affluent as an additional layer of security, biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts point to anxieties about the climate, pollution, and the stresses of modern life as to why adoption of biomonitors has met resistance with medium-wage earners. If one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusions. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities, nothing at all, huh? The police mentioned a tox screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the tox screen gave them nothing.
After he died, he performed the broadest screenings possible. We performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So, were you forced to conclude this was a natural death?
I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history, and I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before.
What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere?
I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound.
So a designer drug, huh?
That seems to be the best explanation.
What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours. Private sector folks?
Yeah, in pharmaceuticals.
If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record?
In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively.
Patent first, find a use later?
Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record.
Smart, using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can. Bury the formulae so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anyone else small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about. You flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago, and that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They could punch back. But for the rest of the field?
Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary.
I'm not a corporate lawyer.
So you came up with that strategy just now?
So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospital could have easily identified? If it wasn't considered a trade secret.
Yes, unfortunately, that is a possibility.
Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance? One you might know by another name, but with a patented structure?
Sorry, sweetheart. It's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they all come in all shapes and sizes, from all kinds of places.
If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body all told?
Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life, but I'd guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams.
Is 20 milligrams a lot?
Not for a medicine.
So, this wasn't just an overdose on something relatively harmless, then?
No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system.
Thank you, Yumi.
Of course. So... The loud curling handwriting at the bottom of the document reads, "What the hell is talk screen? Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare." Of course. So, you ready to view the body? We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay then, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy.
Yes, please. Thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter, right? You had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake, and it came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how with your salary it was literally not worth your time, and I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one.
I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair. His hands.
You were expecting something more drastic.
The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and he told me he would see me soon. Now he's dead. something is gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable.
Could be an issue of skill. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there. I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least.
You're going to smoke? Here? Now?
I'll pay the fine.
That's not the issue.
Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio.
And some don't grieve at all, it seems.
I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light?
Adonai, you have your cigarette backwards.
Alright, that's back into cold storage for him, so... Need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, with hexagonal structures. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use, based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much needed to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very generous. Rockford's orders have got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it.
Goodbye, Yumi.
And goodbye to you too, Greenie.
My name is Sarah.
Nice to meet you, Sarah. That scene actually got to me a little bit. Up on ramps and down off ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. The buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lock Kun, Tethys, Neath, each of them sheltering their own microcity of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whalefall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow up generations of people by the mouthful.
Weight's commonly listed. And my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that?
Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David, and his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative.
Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there?
Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to.
History.
Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will...
How did you know my father?
What?
I'm sorry. Did I interrupt your brooding?
No. What did you ask?
My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like?
Can't you just scroll through our socials?
Father avoided social media. And your online presence is not significant.
You saying I don't have enough followers?
Essentially.
We went to the same college.
You studied programming?
No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology.
Is that a good way to prepare for law school?
I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though. He had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics.
What classes did you share then?
Oh, thank you, Vev. I drew them myself. I'm still very happy with them. Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he
Was the first?
He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come to me after class to argue and sometimes to ask for help.
Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance.
What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball?
You weren't?
One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though. Wanted to cram the rest of the night.
Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm?
Did I say something scandalous?
He's been called the founder of modern programming.
Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. Wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him.
You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying?
No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong.
You gave him a placebo?
He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He already could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in.
And the test?
B+, I think.
I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that.
You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper.
The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics.
One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky,
But it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the year since.
Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend, asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate.
What did you tell him?
I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early.
You're referring to his one-point doctrine.
Quality over quantity.
Simple and elegant, just like his code.
Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble has gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were in fact friends?
I am. But, Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for?
That's private. Understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand.
I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead?
Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. Also a very good scene. The character writing in this is very, very good. I know I've said that before, but it just needs to be restated. I've been here before.
Sat right here in this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor, could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses.
Adonai, is something bothering you?
Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood.
To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, like it's always been here.
That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere.
I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here?
Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding, though I don't have a better explanation. They changed the logo again.
Noble Electronics.
How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you?
It's just the corporation where my father worked.
Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company.
You said it again, the company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you?
So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that?
Is it just part of the corporate culture?
Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is, one of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo is above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is.
So much energy. So many people, also intent.
You kidding? It's Saturday, the place is half empty.
But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays?
All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess.
All these people, for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, what could they all possibly be doing?
Making work for themselves.
You can be very cynical, can't you?
Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there has been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood is starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? That's me. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna forego the, yeah.
Hey there, Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes.
Struggles with solving CAPTCHAs. Ah, jeez. Dislikes first dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock show. Okay, well actually, no, we can agree on that. Maybe we are related.
Evan Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy?
You seem familiar. Have you...
I'm David's lawyer.
Oh, then we must have...
Apologies. Let me first say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now.
As if it's a proper noun.
Thank you for taking the time to meet with me.
You're welcome. But it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... never mind. How can I assist you?
Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android.
Yes, that's correct.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job.
Look at that. It's definitely custom.
Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert.
Warm, it goes without saying. It reminds me of the A16 Premier, if anything. The barcode's clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job, and now we just need to go to the right place.
Not far, I hope?
It's in the building.
In the building.
That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike.
The production line on B9 should have everything we need.
You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters?
B9 is a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size, then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made.
They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart. So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets.
No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here.
No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to see all of this in person, you know. Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment?
No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it.
I better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Adonai? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. What's being built out there?
Our top-of-the-line brand-new bestsellers, the Animate 16 Warm.
Looks kinda cold out there.
We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics' already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum.
That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant that I'm surprised to see metal.
Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process.
Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from Lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and organic to work together?
Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began to work on the Warm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle, and it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just...
Right.
For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin, but digital signals and organic hardware was a dead end.
Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them?
They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. It looked like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually.
You must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway.
Thank you, we try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out half a dozen of them, but...
Right.
They figured out how to get the human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just figured we needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move. Living limbs.
Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human.
High-precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity.
So you had to do the opposite?
Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh.
Where'd that breakdown come from? Dr. Asher?
Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles around the chassis. But the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Young.
Young. Hasn't David mentioned of Dr. Young before? Sounds impressive.
She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade.
So Young collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought. Whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for. Young. Did he partner with her on this? This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If Dawes does quality assurance, is it some kind of android calibration device? It's probably what he'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for you to recognize her? There we go. There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson.
If I squint through the glass out on the floor, there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So, you add the blood towards the end?
You mean the oxidant? Yeah. Relatively late in the process. Something out of place?
Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such. But it isn't red, it's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red.
Oh, right, sorry. I barely notice it at this point. The color is natural. It comes from biomanufacturing process. That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment.
Changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Oh my god! The fucking... The term psychopop! That's literally just a fucking Danganronpa reference. That's literally just Danganronpa. That's the fucking stylistic term that they coined to describe the first Danganronpa while they were developing it, based on like its vibe. That's really funny.
Without the chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking like all the wrong colors.
That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The sight of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. Feels like I've seen this before. That's right. There was one in David's lab.
That? That's the nano-grade elementary manufacturer, Nanofacturer for short. A real high-quality piece of machinery, each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics.
What does it do?
Nano-level flesh fab.
A method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century. Nanomachines, son! Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was historically prohibitively expensive, limiting exploration of and investment in nanotech. In the years since flash fabrication's introduction, use of and demand for nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of this surge in nanomachine construction have been raised, though the official stance on the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group has remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. I wish Wes was here when I made that joke.
Basically, a 3D printer for nanomachines.
You built nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids?
The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution.
A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use?
Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter, and it assembles the machines particle by particle.
Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple nucleic acids. Must be time consuming.
You would think, but Randock cracked the code on parallel microfacturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling, like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one end of one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes.
Nectar? It's sticky?
It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof.
What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home from the office one day. He must have bought his own, for some reason. What have we got on this datapad? Some kind of write-up? On the subject of Sullivan's Peak,
Much of our world today, and in fact much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in an otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. There is a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between those two ends, where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The uncanny valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching marketing and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the uncanny valley does in fact have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask?
Oop, looks like you forgot to sign in this advice. Drop your thumbprint below and we'll get you squared away so you can keep reading.
Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Were they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be.
I mean, I would have to imagine wary of it, yeah. No? Okay.
If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry, could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If Sarah's any indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable.
I know I can advance, but I do like me a good optional flavor text. Yes.
An inhaler left out on the desk, probably a half dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. Dawes, the inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct?
Oh, yeah. HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews.
Other corporations do it the same way?
Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency.
Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company?
Yeah.
Yeah, he says.
Overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days.
These days?
Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and, missed the on-ramp.
Popped greens?
Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow a red after brushing your teeth and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down.
That's great to hear.
The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge.
Yeah, I mean, I know what purging is, obviously, but...
Yeah, I know, right?
All done? You ready to get the ad handled?
Thanks for humoring me.
Can you have it step into the scanner?
As he says. Understood.
Right then. What are we looking at here? Whoa. There is a lot to unpack here.
We theorized that it may have been Asher's pincushion.
Pincushion, huh? That would explain, some of what I'm reading here.
What language is that on the screen?
Tess. You know, Tesseract? All Noble products and, well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess.
Tesseract 4.6, better known as TESS, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language, built on top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allow androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention.
At the start of the century, there was a much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, TESS is virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca programming language. The study and teaching of other older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. That is very interesting. That is a very very cyberpunk setting world building detail for sure. It kind of reminds me of the like the old net stuff in cyberpunk.
Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by?
Sarah.
This Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has for sure. That's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emoting, but there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large I can't... No, wow, he had to measure it using...
Hell of a poker face.
Wait, decryption and signal hijacking. That's...
Hacking?
essentially.
Does that mean it could hack its own tenants? The programming framework underlying the development of all modern automated dependent software. Any and all contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the tenet system, allowing users to designate a series of inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenets were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio three priorities that governed how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Since then, the number of supported tenets has ballooned to 113, most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value. Tenets are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that programmers aim for a tenet limit below 30. Originally, the one tenet that could not be removed from any program was tenet safety _safety 0, aka tenet 0 or tenet 1. Said tenet dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People v. Volstand's defense contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required, though tenet 0 may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. Yeah, that's what I would imagine, Violet.
Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its tenets would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do.
Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean there are androids?
Well, no, there aren't crazy androids, so yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up.
That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems?
The industry line is such that a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this one on a consumer model.
Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity.
Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top.
Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression?
And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says that can't be right.
Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when?
Right, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged.
That doesn't sound very above the board.
Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah, or when.
Any chance you can restore those logs?
Not here. Not with this machine. I'd need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be?
Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy.
Had a feeling you might say that.
Ads, right?
Sorry. I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there. A few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there.
So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside?
Sorry. Didn't expect to hit a dead end here.
Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done?
Yeah, no problem. We've got the softwares and forms all set up here. Occasionally we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know?
Oven?
Gross. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's gonna be the official owner of this unit?
She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility.
Right then. You fine with the designation Sarah? We can set it to anything you like.
Well, actually. Never mind. Sarah will do fine.
Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. You want to reset the factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks.
Not right now.
The last thing then is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here, nothing too far out of the ordinary.
23? That's higher than I expected, talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that.
Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be they only had 3 tenants total and every unit had to have them. And then came the first accidents, and the first lawsuits, then the hearings, and the legislature.
And the demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite.
Companies wanted their asses covered. Customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force.
You sound like you don't approve.
I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenets, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury.
Department of Advanced Defense Projects, v. Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's requests and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenets from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code into a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny. Oh, no, wait.
It's funny. As with the most tenets, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation.
What gets evaluated?
The total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but...
What price could they have possibly... That is a lot of digits.
You should know these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even.
If Sarah is really David's last and greatest work, they say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number...
Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess.
Valuation of the android Sarah's financial value by the insurance algorithm takes into account the fact that Sarah is the only known android made by David Asher, last known piece of tech he worked on, the fact that he created any more, the fact that Sarah is one of a kind, the value of components used in her construction. Totals to a very large sum.
You spoke differently back there. With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent. You seemed to mirror his affect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate? Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer.
No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker.
An android can't get arrested?
People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great, you put us over the weight limit.
I did no such...
Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors.
Who's asking?
Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young.
Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up.
I'll redirect your elevator now.
Taking control of your elevator is very...
Convenient?
forceful. As if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation.
If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle.
I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate.
Or just let the elevator drop. Oh. Hello, ma'am. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. I don't have time for this inverted staring contest.
Enjoying the view? I always liked this time of day.
Not too muggy for you?
No. I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me.
You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year.
As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here.
Dr. Young.
Just Miss is fine. Miss Young.
I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather.
Okay, another December. Likes red meat. Working from home, shopping online, dislikes, awaiting. Yeah, fair enough. Fluent in 3 languages. Enjoys attending baseball games. That's interesting. Hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. Okay.
No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you. No, I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years.
Yes, we did. But as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help?
She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? He was great. But that must mean you know why I'm here.
I don't want to make assumptions.
No need. I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over, and every person I speak to.
Yes. The lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android? It's not one of ours.
You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized?
It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes.
If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently.
David asked you to take it? I've been told that you've been to David's estate already.
The police gave me full access to the scene.
Then you know that he wasn't alone last night.
Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted.
I was that witness.
Really? Aha! Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Jung is his superior on paper, if not in fame, and I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know that we're having this conversation?
Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak.
I can't imagine why. The police cleared you.
And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy, given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened, through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are a legion. They have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. And... so perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake? No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to somebody whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning, then? You went to his home last night? Yes, around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call in person?
How much longer do you think we'll go? I'm probably gonna cut it off pretty shortly. I'm just trying to find, like, a decent stopping point.
We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited, and he let me in, and we talked about the good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Young, putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later, that he would be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view.
In other words, she stayed on camera.
He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep.
You tried to wake him.
He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system.
Didn't think to use your phone?
No. I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Penumbra's emergency protocol summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived.
You went with them to the hospital, I take it?
Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean.
So did David's, for all the good it did him.
I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do.
You seem certain that it was suicide?
Yes.
Why?
As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you?
Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. I think we're going to save here and go ahead and call it quits for now, I think. Before we get into all of those branching dialogues. But I'm really, really enjoying this episode so far. I think it's got a really strong and interesting setup, and it has a lot of good branches to follow up on. I'm really, really interested to see where a lot of this stuff goes. And but before we get out of here, though, obviously, let's go ahead and get fan art up. what are your Morgan thoughts? I really like Morgan as a protagonist. She's very, like, I don't know, despite the fact that I feel like she would get angry if you said this, I feel like she's very multifaceted in a way that I just find, like, really charming. It's that thing with villain protagonists, right, where, like, you know, they have, she has, like, a very humanized energy to her that, like, even though obviously she's doing, like, terrible things and, like, doing and saying terrible things quite often, like, I don't know, she has multitudes. The way she thinks about and talks about certain things really compel me, and I think that's a really cool balance to strike with the character writing wise. And yeah, that's actually one thing that I was kind of getting at random, like, the fact that she is so emotionally invested in David as a friend and is, like, actually kind of affected by his death, despite the fact that she kind of tries to shrug it off in front of Sarah, is something that I do really appreciate. I think it is a nice nuanced bit of character building, and it suggests quite a bit about her in terms of, like, you know, how she processes and deals with these subjects and how she views them. Almost done getting art up. Yeah, me too, about the cigarette scene. She's so, like, disoriented that she just, she's, like, not even paying enough attention to put the cigarette the right way. Yeah, it's really good. I love characters who insist that they are, you know, completely cold and emotionless and then fuck up all attempts to actually prove it. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Mark Zero. Okay, yeah, I think that's everything art-wise. So let's go ahead and show the art. Ha-pa-pa. So first, we, as always, have a wonderful piece from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts on Blue Sky. This time, I drew Emma Rockford, always perpetually tired, but somehow still able to make deductions like no other. This is very cute. I love the fucking misaligned glasses, the sleepy-ass disposition. It's very fun. Also, the blush coloring. Very good. Yeah, this is fantastic, Chiyoko. I think that this suits your style really well. Like the fact that she's so cute. I don't know how else to put it. It's just like, you know, like it suits your art style very well. It's very soft and fluffy in a nice way. Thank you very much, as always. Next up, we have this fucking awesome piece submitted by Debodolade? Yeah, on Blue Sky. Sorry, I had to look a little bit closer for that. 5/13/25. Hearts always in the same place. Easy to find, hard to miss. Really enjoying NezumiVA stream of the Devil. Easily one of my favorite demo debuts of last year. I completely agree with you, and this fucking rules. This is awesome. The framing of this, the like peeking out of the card borders. I always really like art where like the actual character frames peek out of the borders. The way that the bodies like meld into each other with the different shapings, and like the ways that like it's shaded over with the like the highlights with the eyes. It's so good. the way that the gun comes out of the red, so it's like almost concealed within it, and then the card stands in contrast to it with the white. Yeah, no, this fucking rules. I really, really like this a lot. This is extremely stylish and cool. I'm gonna go ahead and repost that one, actually. Also, yeah, the heart having the little blot where it's like, you know, because of the shot there. That's really good too. Man, this is really fucking good. Yeah, I think definitely you should judging by what people are saying here, I would definitely consider giving that a print if you do that kind of thing, or if you would ever look into that kind of thing, because God, don't I relate though, Astropose. I have so much of my walls covered with posters, and yet I would try to find a place. I sure fucking would. Man. Yeah, this is really fantastic. You did a great job with this. Thank you for submitting it. Very, very happy to have shown it. Moving on over to Tumblr, we have this one that was submitted by Grifters a couple weeks ago, but I wanted to save it for the next time we streamed this, and that's the-grand-arcana on Tumblr for URL. Not Higurashi art, but I wanted to do something for the last stream's game. Something cool that a friend pointed out about Morgan. Before the reveal, a friend of mine noticed that whenever Morgan is being genuine, her eyes turn black. Unsure if that's actually the case, but it's pretty interesting. I do like the eyes going back and forth. It is a fun detail. And you also submitted this as well. After drawing Morgan, I really wanted to draw Emma. She talks about my special interest, psych and criminal psych. Not super happy with the glasses, but who cares? It looks good in the end. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Honestly, I am, again, like I have always said, I am terrified of drawing traditional at this point, so anybody who does, I admire the initiative. Very fun. Really like how you try to match the art style well with the eyes, especially. I'm very fond of like the way the eyes are stylized in this game's art style. So very, very well done. I literally can't draw digitally. Well, there you go. I mean, you know, limitation breeds creativity and all that, or whatever. So yeah, yeah, very, very good job. Let's flip through those all once more. Very, very cool. This is the end of stream, Connor. Yeah, we always do art at the end. But yeah, very, very cool. Very good art submitted today. I don't think, yeah, we don't have anything else to go through, but I'm really enjoying this so far. I'm really looking forward to getting back to this Tuesday after next. Again, it hurts to have to wait, but obviously next Tuesday is going to be Spirit of Justice once again, so that'll be fun. And of course, this Friday is going to be the finale of Arc 6 of Higurashi, after which we will have a break for Higurashi before we start Arc 7 the week after next. Many, many exciting things coming up. And I hope that you will all ride along for those and have a fun time in the process. Anyway, as always, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Had a great time, and I will see you again at some point, depending on what streams you decide to tune into. All right, see ya. Bye.